Hey everybody, Andy here, aka Montolio, and we are back for a vintage challenge tonight. And we are on the precipice of North America Eternal Weekend Championships. 1 week today, and I'm going to take one last stab at Bug here as I focus my deck decision for next weekend. And Bug is a deck that I would consider playing at Champs. I'm not convinced it is good enough. That said, I do think it has game against pretty much every deck in the format. I don't think it's neither heavily favored or heavily unfavored. Of course, the meter dips a little bit on both sides depending on what the matchup is, but uh, we can play against Jewel, we can play against Dredge, we can play against Oath, we can play against different Lurrus builds, and so we've got a little bit of everything here, and this is what I'm going to present for tonight. And this would be fairly close to what I would be playing. There are certainly some flex spots and the 2 fatal pushes, 2 spell pierces, life from the loam, like a hull breacher. I've got some bullets in this deck, and I'm going to try them out. I mean, they all work together, obviously, but we're going to try them out and see if there's anything in particular that stands out tonight in this current metagame. So let's talk about some of the deck choices that we have here. So there is a lot of creatures running around in the different types of Lurrus decks. So Bowmasters, there's Hull Breachers running around, there is lots of Frogs and Hull Breachers, and we want answers to those. And we've got 2 Abrupt Decays and 2 Fatal Pushes main deck. I am a really big fan of Abrupt Decay, specifically in a Lurrus metagame, being able to answer their Lurrus straight up. This also can just flat out plunk a breach when it's on the, just hits the table or something like that. Hits Oath of Druids, just a very generically powerful card. And collect Fatal Push is just a cheap answer to those types of aforementioned creatures. And of course, when you start to get into the initiative matchup, you do need a revolt trigger, but that's not that hard in this deck with 6 fetches. So that's what we're going to say about our removal suite. And I am trying the Life from the Loam. I did remove a Force of Vigor from the main, and for better or worse, I'm not sure, but there is just so many wastelands running around in the metagame right now that I've never really had a lot of success with Life from the Loam, but I've certainly lost to it, and I'm going to try it out again today. I'm not running Treasure Cruise or Dig Through Time, and the traditionalists of Bug would look at this and probably go, wow, that's crazy. I think one of the reasons why I'm not doing it is there is a distinct tug of war between Frog and Deathrite. Being able to eat cards to fly, Deathrite to, you're eating spells, you're fueling your mana production, and it makes it an awkward experience trying to dig and cruise. Now, I'm not saying that it's correct to do that, and of course Life from the Loam does fuel those 2 cards, but I'm going to cut them today and we're going to see how it goes. I have opted to run a Hull Breacher in my deck here. I've shaved back a little bit on Bowmasters to be able to do that. I just think Hull Breacher generically is a very good card right now, and it does catch a lot of people with their pants down, so I'm going to try one out. I had an Op Agent in there earlier. I'd like to run that too, but we've got to be very careful about how many 3-drops we're putting into the deck. And, Leovold is just such an awesome card. Hull Breacher is also extremely, extremely good, but that's what we're trying tonight. And yeah, I think those are really the big changes that I have. I have no Boseiju in my deck, which is a little bit suspect. I do think Boseiju is a very good card, but we're just going for a little bit of a more streamlined mana base. I would love to fit a basic in this deck, but it's just almost impossible to do. So, and I feel a little bit more secure having Life from the Loam in the deck. Daze is just, I've always been a person that likes Daze and Bug. Every time I pull it out, I wish I had it. And sure, there's spots where it's not very good, but we remember it pitches. I also kind of force negation to accommodate some of these changes. So I'm not sure whether these are good changes or bad, but tonight's an experimental night, and we'll see if we can get some good games with Bug. Sideboard, I am running one Endurance today, and the reason I'm doing that is just a little bit more insurance against the dredge matchup, and specifically against breach. There has been a rise in breach over the last month, and I'm just not sure how I feel about running leyline out into breach. And having endurance is just a really powerful card that they may not see coming, and of course it's not easy to counter either. So we're going to try it out and see how it goes. White, I've got a Virtue's Rune. Bug is traditionally a very difficult matchup against Initiative, and so we are going to have a blanket effect in Virtue's Rune. I'm trying Torak out. I think Torak is just distinctly better than the Exalted Knight. I believe it's called Knight of Infamy that people are playing. This is essentially the same thing. It's pro-white, same casting cost, but just a significantly higher upside. And, you know, people discarding cards, like people discard cards to Frog, like that pumps this thing up. Now, you're not going to see that in Initiative, but just generically, that's just a little side note on it. But I feel like, you know, if you draw it later game and you can cast it for 4, that's really powerful, right? This thing's going to be a 4/3 protection from white, and just a little bit of extra upside. I've got the Fatal Pushes here, so we got the full suite, and I'm a fan of Consign to Memory. I think that this card is just extremely good against any type of artifact deck. The only downside is it doesn't hit a Metamorph, which is maybe one reason we should be looking at Steel Sabotage, but of course against Doomsday it's a house. And Endurance also has splash damage against Doomsday as well. So 2 energy flux for Jewel, and you know, God forbid we run into any sphere shops or something like that. Very powerful card, and that's what we're doing. I didn't mention the Flusterstorm Spell Pierce conundrum. I feel like Spell Pierce has been far more in style over the last number of months, with Jewel shops particularly, but I feel like, you know, there's been a rise in PO recently, and I feel like Flusterstorm could be the correct call here. But I am going to try the Spell Pierces out again tonight, and maybe we'll shift over to Flusterstorm at a different time and see. I mean, maybe we should do a 1-1 split. That could be a reasonable thing for tonight. I'll ponder that after I do this deck intro. But anyways, guys, that's what I've got to say. Let's hopefully we can have a good run tonight and feel a little bit better about Bug and have it as a serious contender. I am planning on making my decision after this weekend as to what I'm going to be playing. It is an awful feeling being this close and truly not knowing what I want to play. There's just, you know, I've got 3 or 4 options that I think are viable. I know what I want to play, but I won't play. But I'm gonna save that for another day. Dangle that carrot for you. Like, comment, subscribe, guys. Click that bottom right side of your screen, and we'll see you round 1. Okay, guys, here we are in round 1. And I think our opponent is a Doomsday player. So these are all very good cards against Doomsday. Our hand is, of course, a bit slow, but it is nice that we won the die roll. Okay, is this an Ancestral? I will Wasteland here. I feel like they're sitting on an Ancestral for me to crack. They'll probably go now, and we will have to Flusterstorm. We will get a Tropical Island here. And we'll Flusterstorm. Hopefully they were very land light, relying on that Ancestral. That was the case. Okay. I do not expect this first oof to resolve, but I am going to play it. and let it get forced if they need to do that. They did not have a force either. Okay. Okay, they did find a land here. One top, one bottom. I think like there's a couple things I could do here. I could cast an oof, play around days, holding up ancestral. I could ancestral, which is my least favorite option, or I could be another mana efficient play is playing Leovold. This will require them to have a force of will, and I feel like this is just a very strong play if it resolves. So I'm going to go with the Leovold. See, that's really big for us because their deck is all about drawing cards. And Doomsday traditionally does not have main deck removal in it. The next turn, I think I will Ancestral because I would like to find a Wasteland, and if that doesn't work, then we can just play Collector Roof, and if that gets dazed, I mean, I can live with that. But my opponent is in a position here that they're on 8 cards, and if they don't have a land, like I guess they can Ponder or Preordain and not draw, just trying to stack their deck. Yeah, they did find a land. They could dig through time here. Oh, actually, they can't. Okay, they're going for it. I guess they can. Street Right doesn't actually work. Not bad. I mean, I wasn't anticipating them to go off here. The Ancestral line is off with Leovold in play. They do have a Chain of Vapor in their deck. So something to think about. Would love a Wasteland here. A Wasteland would be a ferocious draw. Strip Mine or a Wasteland. My opponent peeling back-to-back land was pretty advantageous, though. Obviously, Force of Will, Force of Negation, Spell Pierce, Wasteland, Strip Mine. These are all cards I'm looking for. I don't anticipate my Ancestral will resolve. And I believe they have to pass the turn back here because I can't draw cards. My opponent's obviously got a fairly complex pile to put together here. Okay. Realized I can't really get out of that. So we do want Endurance. Consigned to Memory. I think those are the cards that are coming in. Life from the Loam is not really what I'm looking to do. I don't think Fatal pushes. Up to K is not great. I'm just wondering, like, do I want a Loam? It's really clunky on the draw. I don't think so. We can take out an Oko. Let's try this out. I'll keep it. It's a bit awkward because I don't have any interaction, but I have some very powerful cards. I'm just going to proactively jam my Bowmaster. I don't think it's worth playing around anything. And if this gets countered, then I can live with it. Now, they do run Murktides in their board, so it's something to be cognizant of. Deathrite could help in that regard. And I may opt to play Deathrite. Where that would be more viable is if I drew a Wasteland or something. I guess the best place probably was to do the Bowmaster was in their upkeep. But I liked the fact they were tapped down. See what they got here. They do have a Force of Will. It's a lot of mana. Now, the Force of Will could be turned on here. I just am willing to live with it. They got their hard cast Force of Will now. So we're probably losing this. If they did find a blue card here, then I think we're not in good shape. But if they didn't find a blue card and they street wraith into their card here, like their gush, then we're going to get them with the Hull Breacher. I don't like my spot here. But it really, what it comes down to is if the Hull Breacher resolves, we're in far better shape. If the Hull Breacher doesn't resolve, then we just lose, I think. I mean, they have to be somewhat suspicious about what's going on here. What if they just pass turn? Do I flash the Hull Breacher? Probably. Yeah, my opponent's taking a really long time here to make this decision. But of course, it is a very important one. And as I said, I really do think this is going to come back down to my Hull Breacher here and whether the Hull Breacher resolves or not. I think I lose if it doesn't, and I probably win if it does. Yeah, they do have Murktides. So Ancestral is here. Let's see if they go for a Gush. Is there a Gush? So Gush is missing, which makes sense. There's no Lotus, so they've got Gush, Lotus, Oracle. Okay, they are doing it, so let's see if we can get this guy to resolve here. We know they have Force. Do they have a blue card? They do. All right, so I think they win. Yeah, bad luck. Let's see if they stacked it right. Yep. All right, they got it. It was the Oof too. Wow. So I guess it's just a question of should I have preemptively cast the Hull Breacher like I did with my Bowmaster. Tough call. I like the way we're set up though here. I mean, this is the Doomsday Bug match is a close one. I honestly just don't ever see a world where I want to do that, but it's too late. Okay, I think I can live with this. Once again, I don't have any interaction outside of the Hull or the endurance, but I think that's okay. We've got 3 cards we can pitch to it. That's unfortunate. Interesting. Okay. I do think I slam a Leovold here. I mean, I'm probably playing into days, but I guess a Wasteland could change that. Two bottom. Okay, interesting. I do like that. Gonna play it because it allows me to play around their days if they have one. And I'm going to take the card out of the graveyard here to potentially slow down Murktide. And hopefully we don't get Force of Will here. I mean, they know what we have in hand because we drew the Mox, right? So they did force. Okay, we just gotta hope here. They're gonna take my Leovold almost assuredly. Hopefully this is not a Murktide, guys. That's what it feels like. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's going to kill me very quickly because I can't answer it. And there's no spells even in the graveyard for me to drain. Hmm. Yeah, really bad news, guys. I can't believe we lost this one. I mean, I mentioned the Murktide early on, but just nothing we can do against it. I mean, I guess I could try and race it, but I don't even know how we do that because I'm on a three-turn clock here. That's one way, I guess. I mean, this is what we're doing. So I can go to 3 here. I can hit them for 6, and I still win this race. Now a time lock gets me, but I mean, what am I going to do? Okay. Yeah, Oka was a really nice draw there. I was thinking I was dead, but completely swung the colors of this game. And I'm not even sure they can attack me here. They are coming at me. Ooh, that was a good one too because I can block. What if they kill one of these? I think what I do is I attack with these. I don't know. The issue I have here is I feel like they have removal. And if they only have 2 cards, now could they? Can't be removal and force a will. The other thing is I just take the flying away from this thing. I think I do that. It's close because if I make this thing, this does ostensibly deal 2 damage by drain, but I can't actually cast the frog if I do that. I could also make my death rate a 3/3, and that puts them to 1 if they remove one of my creatures, which then means I will be able to resolve the frog. I mean, it's close. It's a very interesting decision. A very interesting decision point here. Let's resolve my frog first. No, let's attack, and I'm going to leave one of my guys back. That's what I'm going to do. Let's see what they've got here, because I can drain them if they take this. They do have a removal. Okay. It is awkward, eh? Like, I think I just turn this thing into a 3/3. I'm going to cast my frog. All right. Wow, what a win. Oko, man. Okay, here we are, round two. My opponent is most likely playing the four-color breach deck. I think this is fine. Question is, do I probe turn one? I think I do. I think I just take the gamble of coming off a Force of Will, and if I in an emergency have to pitch Frog, I will. But there's one drops in my deck I'm reasonably pleased to get, like a Death Right, Ancestral. Let's do that. Oh, they're playing the Lurrus PO deck. Okay. So I can't really stop the PO here. I'd like to conceal that I'm Bug here. And this will allow me to very likely time walk. And we're looking for a collector roof here. Decided not to play into Spell Pierce. That or they're holding up a potential Force of Will. I do feel like I need to time walk here. And if they're the ones who found the Spell Pierce, then good on them. We want an oof. So what they're going to do is they're going to attempt to PO, and I can Abrupt Decay in response, killing the Vexing Bauble and potentially enforcing their line. Mm-hmm. Push was not a good draw. Did they go for it here? I mean, they can still sacrifice the Bauble here in response, so it's a little unfortunate, but I will get to Wasteland them. They're just playing Pasco. Okay. I think they will go now. No? I mean, maybe I should just be more proactive with my frog here. I think I'll thin here. I'm not drawing well, that's for sure. Drawing the 2 fatal pushes is really quite bad. Collector roof, please. Oko. I'm not going to wasteland here. My opponent has got more mana than we do. Okay, that was a good draw. I'm going to end up discarding a bunch of these, but that's okay. And if they negate this, it's totally fine. This feels like a hard cast force here. Oh, Ancestral. Hmm. Yeah, I got to discard 2 of those cards, but that's all right. I'm going to dump a Fatal Push in a Catacombs here. Keep the Wasteland. Not liking how this is kind of panned out here. So my opponent is going for a PO. So I guess this is our moment. Do I, like, it doesn't, it has to be the bauble, right? They end up cracking it for value. Wish I'd thought about this a little bit more. Or I could let them have the PO, but they're only drawing 2 cards here, one of which is bauble, and I don't really care that much about bauble moving forward. The issue I have is if they just start stringing POs together, there's not much I can do. Yeah, I'm kind of just in a bad spot here. It's 6 cards. I just hate that they're going to get value off this. But the Mana Vault really does help turn other POs on. My Force of Will be likely shut off again. But just we've had some bad luck with our draws there, right? Those 2 Fatal Pushes, like there's only 2 of them in the deck, was kind of bad luck, but okay, no one. I guess I'm going to make it the Fatal Push. All right, 11 cards in hand is pretty scary. Here's Bauble. Yeah. Oswald, yep. Sorry for the lack of commentary, guys. I'm really trying to sort through this. I don't feel like I've necessarily played this one well to this point. Snapcaster Ancestral. That is pretty brutal because I can't do anything about that. Okay. Yeah, we're just getting outcarded here badly. I would not be surprised if they cracked their bauble here. Oh, of course, Ancestral, yeah. But I am able to resolve Oko here. Or do I want a frog? The only thing is they can PO this back, and I'm not crazy about that. But obviously I can't leave it in play. Do I get a frog in play? No, I think we do an Oko. I don't think it matters too much here. Blue, blue, green. And we're in. I just think I'm going to make a food token, and I'm going to try and steal what they do. This makes playing Lurrus a little more dangerous with the Oko. Okay, I don't think I like that very much. Just a PO. Or time walk, maybe. This deck is very threat light. Yeah. Okay. And 14 cards is a lot. A lot of options over there by the looks of it. Oh, wow. Okay. Yep. They're just probably stringing POs together now. Wow. They can Snapcaster PO now. That's too bad. I mean, I can force it as we currently stand, but there's another Mox if they can put the Bobble into play. Vexing Bobble, then obviously there's not much I can do about it. Yep. Top, okay. Like, where is my oof? I think the gig is up here, guys. Like, let's just try and get in and try and win here. I feel like they just have millions of mana no matter what I do, so I'm just going to play my Death Right, and I'm going to try and kill them. They do have a Mana Crypt over there. And let's see if we can dodge a misstep. And here we go. I think we're unlikely to survive this turn. My opponent has 6 cards in hand, and one of which is a Snapcaster into PO. Or Snapcaster into Vampiric for Vault Key. But I am going to make my opponent play their clock. It's an awful thing to do, but one thing I know about my opponent's deck is it's very slow to kill. And the clock may end up mattering here. As you can see, I'm been playing very slow as well. And, well, of course, we have a win condition on the table, too, in Mana Crypt as well. Now, they can return that back to their hand, but I want the advantage of time here. Because if we do end up getting to a game 3, that will work in my favor. And I've played a substantial amount of this deck. I know it's very challenging to kill your opponent. And so this is a luxury you don't have in paper, but there is a clock on Magic Online, and it's a tool you can utilize. My opponent is going to set up the Fiddlebender here. Probably just play Mana Vault if they don't have another land. Better be careful casting that bauble into the bauble. Mana Vault, yep. So that burned like a minute and a half off my opponent's clock there. And there's Fiddlebender. And probably just Snapcast into Time Walk here seems better than a PO, but maybe not. I mean, PO is a lot of card draw. Yep, Time Walk, okay. Yeah, they just have it here. So we are not getting another turn this game. Mana Crypt naturally gone into key. But now they've got the challenge of trying to get through me here. They need to find the Urza Saga. So sorry guys, I know this is really poor watching experience, but as I mentioned, time is a tool that we are going to utilize this game. It's very rare that I do something like this, but this deck is so bad at killing. Portable hole. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what they're doing? That's so smart because of Lurrus. But do I even care? I don't care. They've got the infinite loop here. Right? Like they've got all this stuff anyways. Like it's like just durdling, right? Which works in my favor. That's what I'm wanting them to do. Yep, that does work. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're going to get there eventually, right? Like I realize that. Big mana. Big PO here, guys. Yeah, I mean, sweet. They need a cat. They need the Urza Saga to be able to close this out quickly. So this is a reasonable thing for them to do. I don't know how familiar they are with this deck, but I've played this quite a bit just in the past Turbo Vault decks, and certainly Hang Song's version over the last week. I've really enjoyed playing it, and the deck just has very poor closing power, like you're relying on your opponent to concede to the vault key. They have a Lavinia in their deck, maybe, unless they're playing Justin's version where they don't have that. Hank runs Lavinia in the main. No, the truth is they are in a position here where they're going to start getting hits in because I don't have any more discard equity of the frog. The Snapcaster can get through, and Lurrus for that matter. Like I can double block, but what I would consider a tremendous victory here is getting them under 5 minutes in game one. Swords, yep, okay. So this is Justin's version where they moved the swords into the main. So they can kill me pretty easily now. They've got the second swords there, or the swords was really powerful. And just built up some extra turns here. Like my opponent is durdling around and just they should not be doing this. Didn't attack with their Snapcaster. That's really funny. They banked up some time bolts so they could make their guy unblockable this turn and not skip a beat. It's a really good play. But now they've got to discard a ton of cards. Like they're going to be under. They could be down to 4 minutes by the time they kill me here. Ah, there it is. Why? Like, why are you casting that? Okay, 3:55 left on the clock. So I'm not really worried about killing their creatures here. Even if they Volt Key me, it's going to require time for them to actually kill me. Do I want Consign or do I want Energy Flux? Flux is not great against them, but then again, neither is Consign, but maybe I can do a Consign and a Flux, something like this. Let's try this out, guys. Okay. No Collector Roof here, but very strong cards against my opponent. And really, at this stage in the game, we're just playing the clock more than anything. I am going to flash it. They might have a Swords here, but I think I can live with that. Okay, do I smash Leovold here? Like, Leovold's really good against their deck. I think so. They just used a Force here. There's a much higher chance it will resolve. My opponent's going to have a hard time getting through that. They can Swords it. Saga's a good one. Balance. Oh, Time Walk, okay. Time Walk is good. They have 2 cards in hand here, so there's no guarantee they have another land. They do. Ooh, Caracas. Yuck. Do I want to cast a Frog and come off negation here? Probably. Like, yes, they can Caracas me here, but it will draw me a card. Needle for Frog? Lotus, okay. Listen, I guess I want to give this thing flying here. Gonna take it to them, guys. Wasteland would be sick. Okay, I mean, slightly awkward here, but I'm going to do it because I think a Wasteland is just so good if I can find it. Ooh, abrupt decay. That is really savage, actually. Because if they attack here, I guess if they have another artifact, it does work, but Oswald. Yeah, Oswald is fine. They can get their portable hole here. But I don't. I think it's fine, right? Like I'm going to block this and kill the other one. So they've conceded, recognizing they've got 2 minutes left on their clock. Smart concession. This will bring the consign back in. I think energy flux is just likely too slow. Okay. Consign to memory is not very good here. It's mostly for a pitch, but not great, guys. This is really mana heavy. I'll keep it. We just have to hope they can't go off on me. Just a fair hand. No ancestral. That Taxion probe was really nice there. No land, please. Okay. Okay, I feel like we're in good shape here if we fade this land. Okay. Yeah, minute 30 left. Ooh, Oko. Well, I'm playing that. All right. They're surprisingly still at a minute and 20 seconds here. Like they've been playing for a long time. With a little amount of time, I have to give them credit. They have made themselves relevant here. I think I want just Leovold, right? Or do I just get a Force of Will? No, I don't want Force of Will. I think I want a Collector Roof. I do know they have a Swords here. That's the thing. So that's not great. Let's get an Ancestral. And I guess I'm going to Ancestral myself. I'm just not worried about it. They have Force. Okay, Paradoxical Outcome. Then I'm going to cast Frog. Blue. Actually, let's not do that. Let's make an Elk and see if they Swords this. Okay, so be interesting to know whether I would have won that game. I mean, I certainly felt far ahead. Yeah, you see, I would have cast this, they would have swords it or portable hold it, and I would have wastelanded them. And we had Oko running wild. Like I feel like we're probably pretty good shape there, but we did use time to our advantage. One of the problems with this deck is it is incredibly threat light, and it can just go off, and you can dirtle around for 10 minutes, which is what my opponent did, and it ended up costing them the match. Or possibly one way they lost the match. Okay, on the die roll, this player does not have any vintage placings. Okay, so they're showing Lurrus here. And our hand is nice. We're going to be able to play a turn 1 Deathrite into a Fluster or Spell Pierce, which I think is strong. Now, where it's a little bit awkward is, I guess, if they have a Wasteland, but hopefully I'll resolve this Deathrite. My opponent mulligan to 5, which is pretty good for me. Now, how aggressive do I want to be here? See if there's an Ancestral. It is. Okay. What's unfortunate for me, I think I have to Fluster here. I just think it's the better of the two that's harder to counter. Versus the Spell Pierce. It's just unfortunate there's no fetch land in the yard, but okay. Love a fetch. We didn't get one. Okay. I wasn't really thinking about mana issues here, but yeah, my opponent didn't fetch. I didn't have a fetch land, so it makes me far more neutered here. We will get in for 2 land. I'm going to gamble here to go get a strip mine. See if my opponent lets us resolve. They did. And the strip mine will turn on my Deathrite here. And next turn, I can, if I draw land, I can play a protected Oko or Leovold here. Oh, oof. Oof is pretty good here. I guess I do that. Yeah, I had a bit of trouble with lands there, but we came along okay. So we're playing against Lurrus. I'm not sure what type of Lurrus I'm playing against. Probably should have looked a little bit closer at what was pitched to that Force of Will. We didn't see any lands outside of a basic, so that is not overly helpful in determining what we're playing against. I do think I like from the loam in an unknown circumstance, because if it is the Wasteland version, being able to recoup my stuff is pretty solid. I'm going to take it back in. It's a risky keep, but I have Force of Will, Mental Misstep, double Wasteland to be able to buy me time. I hate doing it, but I just them seeing how bad my hand is not a good thing. Okay. We need them not to have anything here. Okay. We're not looking very good here either because we can't find land, but there we go. I do think I'm going to Demonic Tutor here. I just think it has to be Ancestral. I mean, I guess I could go get Life from the Loam, but I can't even cast that. I would have had to get a green. Black Lotus doesn't really help me. Force of Will is fine. I think Ancestral is just what I have to get here. It's greedy, but I'm going to do it. Oh my gosh, guys. No land. All right, well. Land? Okay. Lava Green Mana Source. Ooh, Lotus. That's a good one. think we do this. Problem is I can't really protect anything I'm doing, and it's not mana efficient. Like what I was going to do was cast a Collector Roof into an Oko. I'm going to play the U first, and the reason being is I would love to be able to have days up. Okay. This is very powerful, having days here. They did find a white source. Okay, well. They do have the swords. Okay, well, I'm going to attempt to daze this, and I figured if they had a force of will, they would have used it. They drew a land for turn. Okay, we got there. All right. Yeah, I mean, that felt pretty good. That's the second Lurrus PO deck that we've played against, and the first one was obviously a lot tougher than this one, but we did get there, and we'll take it. Okay, guys, here we are in round 4, and we've won the die roll. We are playing against Dredge. I mean, yeah. I don't know that it'll be good enough, but see if we can find a Deathrite Shaman here off our Brainstorm. Okay, that is not great for me. Pretty awkward. They kept a 7-2. Hopefully they missed Dredgers here. Okay, they did pretty good. I mean, they hit 1. This doesn't impact us. Our hand is quite redundant. Okay. We'll fetch those away. I think we get a green source here. I mean, maybe I can get green-black. That kind of solves the issue, yeah. Because I'm thinking Frog versus Deathrite. Yeah, punished there, boy. And we're going to do it. They have negation. It's a bit unfortunate. They do. Okay. Do they have another Bizarre or Noxious? If not, we have a chance here. Let's hope they brick here. Okay, I mean, that's not bad. I guess it is because they hit a stinkweed. I was really hoping they wouldn't, but yeah, we're probably dead here. Ooh. Do I do that instead of Oko? Like Goko just dies, so I'm not going to do that. Oh, they had misstep. Wow. Okay. Well, that's pretty bad for me. I definitely need them to brick here on this stinkweed. I did. Jeez, they keep hitting like heavy hitters here. Oh, it's 4. Okay, prevent 1 damage anyways. Yeah, we're just dead. Yeah, the hand was a bit too clunky. And I mean, look, my opponent had a pretty clutch force there. Like, abrupt decay is not good. Like, fatal push is definitely better than that. I mean, we could get another body and like, fatal push is just pretty bad. Maybe it's just better to have a blue card and consign. Stop a hollow one. Okay, let's try this out. Look, it's not great. I mean, we can drop into frog if we need to. So, I can get a turn 1 death right into play and I can protect it. Follow up with the ancestral, but I just think it's too weak. Much better. Now we're soft to hollow one here. But I think that's just the world we're living in. I'll brainstorm during their turn. Question is, do we let hollow one resolve if they have it? Probably. think I need to start being proactive towards being able to fight the hollow one here. We just have to hope they don't have anything else, guys. Like a second Bazaar would suck, but I mean, it is what it is. We should be able to stabilize this life total, I would think. I really hope this resolves. Okay. Nice draw. Okay. No, honesty, like I don't know what's better. Like maybe I should be playing energy flux for these things, like for the hollow ones. I don't know. It's like the removal itself is just so very bad. I think I'm just gonna do that. Like it's just I don't know. Maybe I'll play one consign, one energy flux. What I've done is I've taken out Force of Vigor, and Force of Vigor filled that slot very admirably of being able to combat the hollow ones efficiently. And I've cheated tonight in that regard, and so I'm kind of stuck with a really quite an awkward setup. Okay. Wrong mana. Can't keep this. They're down to 6. 5. Can I keep this? I've got a way to protect the death right, but I am on the draw. No. They have kept on 5. I mean, this is a totally viable hand, but it's too slow. I think I need a ley line. A very good mulligan from us there. So I'm down to 4 cards. So Leyline, Wasteland, Ancestral. So Demonic's got to go. Flux has got to go. And it probably just Force of Will, right? Like, sometimes Dredge just can't beat Leyline. And in fairness, I mean, my opponent is going to be low on cards in this game. We just have to hope they don't have a hollow one or a Force of Vigor. Do have hollow one. Okay. Now let's see if we can dodge another one. Hopefully they don't have a second bazaar. Love a tabernacle here. A Deathrite Shaman would be... Oh my god, they had a bazaar. Wow. Well, it's going to be close here, guys. I mean, I feel like I do have to wasteland them. And we're just going to have to see if we can find our way into something before my opponent can kill me with the hollow one. And that won't be easy. I mean, Tabernacle Pendrell Vale is my best out here. Okay, that's pretty good. I think I wait till their turn. I'm going to do it in their upkeep. And next turn we can cast Frog. And hopefully they can't wasteland me. Yep. Not much I can do there. Oh my god, grief, come on. Insane. The misstep into a grief is just like highly improbable. They've had a good hand here. I'm in Dyer's trouble here. Oh, I got Tabernacle, guys. Next turn. I guess let's see if they rip a wasteland. I'm in trouble, but okay, we need some help here, guys. I don't mind the Force of Will. I'll sit on that for the rest of the game if I can find a blue spell. Okay. I mean, I guess. I'm not happy about... I mean, I've got good control of the ley line here. I do have a hollow one wrapped up. Sure would love to be... Doesn't do anything. Save it for a frog right now. We do need some pressure here somehow. Okay, that I will play. This I will play too now. We are flooding, guys. Not crazy to go down to 2 here, but I think we're safe to do it. Black, green, blue, and Deathray Shaman. Okay. Okay, we got a pretty good clock going now. I know what's coming. My cards aren't great, but that's okay. I just don't want to fetch here. I don't think it's necessary. I got my opponent dead next turn. Okay, nice win for us, guys. Okay, guys, here we are in round 5. And we're playing True Hero, and they could be on Esper Tinker. I think I like this hand. I mean, we're relying fairly heavily on days. If they are playing the Esper Tinker with the white plumes in it, there are no wastelands in their deck. My collector should be pretty good. They've kept 7. Do I fight over this? I kind of feel like I do. And if this does work and they fetch, then there's a chance I can play Time Walk Frog or Collector Roof next turn. Okay, my opponent lets that go by the looks of it. Okay, there we go. I just feel like the death rate is an important part of what I'm trying to set up here, the mana production. And if they are on Breach, death rate is an important card in that match. keeping them off of things like value breaches. They're going to swords me here. Nope. Yep, can't stop Ancestral. Brutal. I'm not sure this is going to resolve, but I am going to try and cast a Collector Roof here. This will hopefully keep my opponent playing fair. So this feels like Breach that they're back on, not the Esper Tinker. Do I want to cast a Frog here? I think I probably do. Try and get ahead here. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely the Breach deck. They have Pyroblast. Okay, I don't mind misstep here. I think I am going to attempt a Time Walk. Because I have the, I mean, it could be Fluster. Should I do it, though? You know what I'm going to do? I changed my mind. Last second I changed. I'm just trying to get card advantage here. Bury my opponent. Time Walk is good, yep. I'm going to let it resolve. It's probably an Ancestral is my guess. Oh, they've already used Ancestral. They're probably trying to just set up a Tinker here, I think, is my guess, but Fluster was really good. Can I kill them here? 2, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I can. Right? This is 2, 4, 6. I mean, I kind of guess I got to discard everything, right? This is 4. That'd be 3, 5, 7. Yeah, I'm just going for it here. Ha! They did have it. Hopefully I don't get super punished for that. And I did too, dude. Oh, no. Okay, well, they probably got a value breach here. I had the game locked up there, but chose to throw it away. I got greedy. Yeah, this is really bad for me. I think I have to take the Vampiric here. Because if I take Ancestral... Well, no, they can't Vampiric, though, if I take the Ancestral. Yeah, I think it has to be the Ancestral here. Because Vampiric will cost them 2 life. Yeah, I think they might have it. Well, they don't yet. No. They can go again. Yeah, I threw that one away. That's pretty disappointing. I mean, hopefully we can still pull this one off. It's not likely, though. Okay, they did hit a Mox Sapphire. That's pretty good. Max Ruby is pretty good. No Lotus, though. But they will be able to mill their entire deck out here. Yep, they're going to get me. Wow, can't believe it, guys. I threw that every single which way I could. I had them 100% locked up. Okay, well, these things happen. It was a pretty big punt there. Lotus Petal, yep. And there's the Lotus in the card. Okay, so they got us. Pretty disappointing. But let's see if we can do a little bit better here now. Okay, so they do win by using Hull Breach or Wheel, but they don't have many creatures in their deck. Torak could be okay for Dak Faden. It's not very good otherwise, though. And they don't have Wasteland, so I need to make 2 cuts here. What's the cut? This Daze isn't very good on the draw. Probably don't need that many fatal pushes. Let's try this. I'm actually on the play, but do my demonic tutor here? Probably. Do I want just a loam? Do I want like an Oko? They do have red blasts. That's just something to think about, right? Like red blast is pretty good against me. Maybe I can just get an ancestral. Yeah, this sets up Hull Breacher, but I mean, I can't fight over that. So what I can do here is I'm going to prompt their play. If they want to fight over that badly, then I'm like pretty convinced that's something that I'm interested in getting. Okay. Pretty awkward. Probably have removal here, but okay, that's pretty solid. All right. Nice win for us there. Question is, do we just want days? Like Collector Roof does make Days a lot more of a functional card. I guess the question is what comes out for it. I don't think I want more removal than what I have. Like, can I lower a land here? Feels dangerous to do that. Days is traditionally just typically too bad on the draw. It sets me back too much. Yeah, this is a nice looking hand. Okay. Do I counter this? No. It's aggressive. Too aggressive. So we're facing a Hull Breacher potentially here, which is kind of scary with a Psychic Frog, but nope. Let's hope this works. That's huge. Oh boy, that's so huge. Let's see if I can find a Wasteland. I didn't. Like double death rate's no joke. Like Oko, the problem with Oko is blast. Kind of call me crazy here, guys. I don't know. I'm gonna get a Bayou. I'm gonna double death rate, and we're just gonna hope it's good. And I do have endurance here. Like that was pretty big getting that Tinker there. That's nice too. And this, now I know they don't have blast up. Now, I can't, because of the way I've chosen to do my mana here, completely suboptimal, but I am going to attempt to time walk here, and I cannot protect it. What I can do is I don't know. I could loam here. Draw a Psychic Frog, but that's not very good. I'm just going to let him block. Yeah, I'm not discarding cards here. This loam is not looking very good at the moment, but hopefully they make a construct here. Oh, they are. Interesting. Okay. They're going to get a Lotus. Yep. Can I be patient here? I feel like I don't need to. They might have a blast here, and there's not much I can do to stop it. That's the thing, right? Do I want to fly, is the question. I think I just have to be a bit patient here. It's not optimal, guys. It's got the blast, okay. And I can't stop it. I mean, I could. Sucks if they have a dig through time here, but I can counter it if they do. I'm kind of wanting to get their spells out of their yard here, but let's see what happens. These death rights are starting to pressure my opponent. No, I need spells, but okay, we're looking for collectors. Boy, would that be nice. Wasteland. Um, yeah, I mean, not great. Is this a dig or a hull breacher? It's a hull breacher. Okay. So what is a problem for me here is wheel, but they have to double block. I mean, I guess they can chump this. Yeah, we could die to a wheel here. I cannot stop it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to I think this is my best bet because it's something I can eat. And if they force this, like if I get wheeled, I'm probably dead anyways, but yep, that is a wheel. And they're one life short of killing them. Hopefully this works. They've got one card in their hand. They had it too. Unbelievable. Oh, it didn't matter. Wow. We completely punted that game one, but we're able to pull back in games 2 and 3. And I feel like we played those a lot better. It's always difficult to know in situations with frogs whether you should jump or not, and discard cards to fly and lose equity when the face of pyroblast. And um, I typically just don't think it's worth it. And so we lost 2 card equity there. But you know what? They have a pyroblast in hand. Did they have one then? I don't know. But these are the things that we need to learn about as we're playing this, as to what's right or wrong. And pyroblasts are very new back in this current metagame, and it's a challenge when you're playing things like Frog, but we'll take that one. Okay, here we are in round 6. We are 5-0. We're locked for top 8. Don't know whether we want to scoop Justin in here. I know he has done a kindness to me in that regard, but we'll play a little bit here and see how we do. I think that they are on the Turbo Vault deck, the PO deck. Yep, good start, just right into Lurrus. Good start. What a draw that was. I mean, it sucks for my mana, but I mean, like, if they don't have anything else, it's pretty strong. I have to kill it because it's portable hole. And hopefully this mana crypt will do some work for us. I mean, we haven't got this yet, but desperately need this mana crypt to work. It's winning flips. Would have loved a black source there, but that's okay. I won't complain. Three in a row. Show me your wares. I guess they have a Spell Pierce in hand. Or maybe a Force. They're desperate enough to protect their hand. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I can live with that. Oh, Hardcast missed up. Okay. Can we please have them lose a flip? They've won 3 in a row. 4 in a row. Oh, finally. Any, no, okay. All right. So they're playing the Turbo Volt deck. I don't know if these are actually any good or not. Fatal Push is okay. They have very few threats. I feel like I probably can get rid of those because I have uncounterable Abrupt Decay. Loam could be okay. They don't have a ton of mana in their deck. So I need to make 3 cuts. Like, is this even any good? I feel like Energy Flux is pretty bad. Then again, so is Consign. But this does tax their mana in a pretty savage way. Like, there's not much I'm really wanting to counter with Consign. Maybe I just literally do put in Energy Flux. It's bad, but it's got my best card in Energy Flux, or Collector Roof, but I don't know if I can actually keep this hand. It's close. Like, them being on the play makes this really explosive. That's the problem I have. So I have no turn 1 play. Like, what if they go off? Screw it, I got a game to give. I just feel like Collector is so obtusely powerful against this deck. Interesting. I mean, I'm pretty happy about that, to be honest, because it means they're not going off. You know, probably just Wasteland. So they could be setting up a PO here. Lurrus, yep. I mean, I don't know. They have a. I guess they can't force here, so it's pretty good. But their deck has removal in it post board, so it wouldn't completely surprise me. Portable hole, yep. Okay. Feel like I'm losing this pretty badly here. Like if they're on something like swords or something, like I'm pretty screwed. Do I just bobble, right? Well, that makes my choices a little easier. It's got to be. It's got to be. Hull breacher, or excuse me, collector roof here. There's not much else I can do. I mean, I could play frog and try and get ahead of them. It's not unreasonable to do that, but obviously trying to shut down them from comboing is pretty good. I think they have removal, otherwise they would have cracked their bauble here. It's just unfortunate, but yeah. Okay. Probably just play their cat now, I guess. Which is pretty good. Nope. Okay, it's cat. All right. Well, I mean, I'm lucky I can make a play here. I am getting hosed by this vexing bauble pretty good. And Hull Breacher is very good against the paradoxical outcome part if I can get it there in time. Okay, good. You're just replaying it. Okay. 2 cards in hand. Yeah. So I guess I just have to hope to find a land here, and if they run into a paradoxical outcome, I guess they can PO here right now. There's not much I can do about that. Yep, they got PO. Okay, can't stop it. Too bad about that Hull Breacher, man. That would have been just such a blowout. I just want to concede here, but I can't. Yep. There's another PO. I will scoop to another PO. I have to admit, they had the answers here. I kept a bad hand. I almost got there with it too. Like, as long as they're not having crazy broken starts, like this deck does allow me to play fair. Okay, they got it. Yeah, all right. Like there was an example there where energy flux would have been like not bad, had I been able to resolve it with the use in play. Not that they were ever in play for long, but okay, this hand is a bit more shaky. I don't have interaction on turn 1 or 2 for that matter. But I'm gonna try it, I guess. Once again, like the collector roof it's greedy, but it's just so very good. And if they don't have removal, I have a chance with this. I don't know. Maybe it's just horrendous. I don't know. I need to find a land or it doesn't do anything. And the opponent's deck does not have many fetches, if any at all. So maybe this is a bad keep. Like I'm going to get 2 looks at a land here before next turn. Why don't I just draw Lotus? Mox would be very good. Lotus. Force of Will actually doesn't do anything. Yeah, this is a bad keep. I'm getting a little bit tired, I think. I'm also playing with house money here right now. My opponent is having a good think about what they want to do here. That or they're away from keyboard. Let me see your wares, please. Oh. Oh. Collector Roof is really quite good in this situation. Dress down is a real thing, of course, but okay. Well, I mean, it's a pretty weak hand start for me, but this is like a typical bug, and they don't know that I don't have anything. And just pray they don't draw into something like a PO. That would be obviously devastating if they did. Their hand is pretty broken, but extremely vulnerable to me. And the collector roof, so I guess we'll see. And for those of you watching, look at me use my Gataxian probe. Apparently I miss Gataxian probe sometimes on Magic Online when I'm recording. I probe, pay 2 life, don't look. And then I speculate about what's in their hand instead of looking. I mean, I don't know. My hand is pretty mediocre here. I really need them to not find anything here. Okay, they found an island off the top. Okay, this top. I could pull Lurrus. The good news is I have Lurrus covered with this Abrupt Decay. So I guess they could draw 5 here, 3. Okay, well, we got to hold our breath here. Probably just not going to be good enough here is my guess. But we're just going to do the best we can. That is just not what we needed here. Okay, they have removal. Yep. We're pretty dead here. I'm just going to attack in for 1 because they have the mana crypt here. I just have to apply maximum damage here while I can. Which is 1 damage. But they have the mana crypt here, and I guess if there's a world where they're not able to go off here. But they have the Lauren revealed. Yeah, they've just had the removal at the right times here. And they could have the combo going with Lurrus here. Come on, Mana Crypt. Give him the opposite of what he did last game. Nope. Like they know I'm pretty much F6'd because I let them kill me with that swords. Like I would have never let that resolve, right? There goes that reveal. I'm surprised they didn't draw. They know I have nothing. Oops, they have Fluster in hand. Yep, portable hole. Okay. Can I get a collector roof off the top, man? That would be swell. I mean, I'm happy they killed the death right. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm happy about it. Ooh, Time Walk, okay. I hope they're pulling Lurrus here. That's about the best case scenario for me. I mean, I guess they look with their top, but they can't do, well, I mean, I don't know what's on their top here. They're looking for a higher power play than Lurrus, which makes sense. But maybe I guess they haven't played a land here. I guess they can play Lurrus. They don't get value off it, which is probably somewhat of a disincentive for them. Okay, there's Lurrus. Okay. Collector roof. Well, they have Lurrus here. So let's see if I can get lucky and kill that. I don't think they get value off it anyways. Maybe it was just better to Loam. Like, I kind of want the force. It's interesting here because the abrupt decay can deal with the Lurrus. They just get to draw a card off their, I guess, what their dress down here. So I don't know. Let's see. Because I could force a will to Lurrus, but the abrupt decay just has such little impact in the game. I mean, I guess it can hit a fiddle bender or a vault key. This top's killing me here. We just need to find collectors here, I think is what we need. Jesus. I think this guy's won like 7 or 8 out of like 9 flips. Like, it's really quite incredible. Okay, well, here's the time of trial, right? Two cards in hand, one of which is Lurrus. Are they baiting me on a PO here? Oh, what's this? Oh, that's Lurrus. I think I just let them draw off dress down. Okay, they have one card in hand. It's probably removal. Hopefully they don't put it on Psychic Frog. Okay, Oko's actually a pretty reasonable pick here. I mean, I'm happy I got rid of their Lurrus here. Yeah, I'm just not drawing well here. It's time to let the shields down, guys. This is what I've got. I've got to try and win here. My opponent is digging deep every turn, and I have to try and get some card advantage. You know, I'm holding my breath here, but a PO kills me, but there's just so much that goes wrong here. I would rather them remove my frog than PO me, of course. Could discard my loam and try and find more value in my lands, but I just don't think that that's what I need to be doing here. Okay, topping again, so that's maybe good news. Yeah, they've been very good at finding removal. That's 2 swords that I've seen so far this game, and a portable hole. So there's only 2 more swords in the 45. Like, that's pretty good. It's pretty lucky. because they haven't had a ton of filtering here. Like, yes, they've been looking at their top, but I don't even think that they've used a fetch land. So just like straight up looking at their top 3 cards, and not that that's not nothing. I'm losing to it right now, but my opponent's really taking their time. I can tell you that much. They're down like 7 minutes on me here, and I feel like I'm talking my stuff through here pretty significant. Ooh, that's scary. Yeah, there's no way that I'm getting out of this turn here. Okay, they're still spinning. I mean, this deck does spin its tires a lot, so let's see. How they had the swords. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Loam is just awful. I guess they could spell pierce this. Kind of a silly thing, but all right. Thin my deck out a bit. We're still playing Magic here. Oh, they have. Okay, I thought they were tapping for swords there. I was gonna say, stop it. It's almost would be a great thing if they swords to death, right? Because that means that it's unlikely that they can get my oof if and when it comes down. I mean, we're not dead here. If they keep missing, like we have some bombs. The fact that they don't have filtering here means that they're kind of spinning their wheels on the same 3 or 4 cards. Like they're seeing one new card every turn, which is not the end all be all as far as I'm concerned. Oh, damn. Swords, yeah. All right. Surprised I didn't time walk there. I'm still playing. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't honestly think they've lost more than one flip this game. Like it's turn 7. They've had that thing out since turn 1. It's incredible. With the efficiency with which they're winning flips. I mean, I still don't think I was winning even if they were losing flips, but like this game would be over if the script was flipped. Had they lost 6 out of the 7 flips instead of winning 7 of the, there's 6 of the 7, be a very different game, right? Like they'd be dead. Like legit dead. Okay. The beatdown is on. Collector roof. No, thank you. Okay. Here we go. Finally, a flip lost. I haven't seen a Saga yet, right? Yeah, all air. I just need a Saga. Or, excuse me. I actually would be happy with an Urza Saga, to be perfectly honest with you. This deck is so slow. Look, my opponent's got 5 minutes. If I can somehow scrape this game out. Like, it's just so much fluff, right? Can't take a gamble here casting into Spell Pierce or Fluster or something. Collector Roof, please. Okay, I mean, I can stop that top, maybe. I can pay for Spell Pierce, Fluster. $13-13. Oh, this is unreal. What is going on? I'm starting to get really frustrated. My opponent is not losing any flips. Like the last two games, they must be like running at 90%. Insane. Can I draw a spell, please? Oh, there it is. Finally. Well, they've drawn a PO. Yep. So they can get rid of my collector roof here. Yeah, with the portable hole. Makes sense. Another PO, yep. I mean, I had a lot of time to close them out. I just bricked so hard. And of course, they won every mana crypt flip. That is not something to be overlooked. Like, very rare that you see something like that where somebody just peels off so many wins in succession, but I mean, it's magic. It does happen, but it's very rare, and this shouldn't have been a game, really, given the amount of time that they spent spinning their wheels and not doing absolutely anything. Yeah, all right. Very frustrating loss. I honestly, I mean, this deck is powerful, and I've been playing it a lot as well, but it just, I think one of the biggest deficiencies it has is it is super full of air. It doesn't have the ability to kill your opponent with any level of efficiency, and it is a problem. Okay, guys, here we are in the top 8, and we're playing against True Hero. We've won the die roll. We played them a little bit earlier. They were on Breach. This is an awkward hand. I think what I do is I play Deathrite Wasteland. Oh, they're down to 5. Okay. I'm just not greedy enough to do that. I'm going to play the Collector Roof. I feel like Collector Roof, especially on a mold of 5, like they could be on a Lotus Wheel or something like that, and I'll feel really silly if that's the case. Like this just will make them play at a much fairer level, and if I rip a land, I can cast, cast something then. I did. I mean, I kind of need to get blue-black, blue-green. Maybe Ancestral themselves here. We'll see. They didn't. Okay. Saga, yep. A Time Walk. Yep. Okay. I can live with that. Not thrilled about it, but I can live with it. I'm going to have both their lands here. Okay. Nice win for us there. You know, I actually just don't mind the loam because I think they only have one basic. Like, if this goes long enough, it could be just pretty good. I'm going to try the one ley line here. It's kind of weird, I know, but ley line does hurt their deck quite a bit. Okay, this is pretty clunky. I guess I keep it. Nice. Hull Breacher. Ooh, that was a wrong color Mox, but still a decent draw. I guess I didn't need to play that out, but I have to wonder if they're setting up a wheel here. Oh, they could have Hull Breacher wheel right now. Wow. Turn 2, that would be impressive. Well, they're untapping. They're fetching. Wheel, okay. Do I go for it? No. This is just so brutal. I didn't draw any land. Okay. That, I mean, it was just really bad luck. I didn't find land in 7 cards. And now I'm going to lose to that. Jeez. Attack fading, yeah. Yep. Not good. Probably shouldn't have got rid of the death right there, but another look at a wasteland here. It's pretty good. Very good, as a matter of fact. Abrupt Decay, such an all-star, guys. Oh. I was thinking that my Mock Sapphire was on. I'm like, sweet, I can Ancestral here, but once again, I just can't find lands. No. I cannot attack. I guess I could attack technically, but these things are going to get really crazy. I do think I can gamble and Ancestral myself here. It's probably not great. They probably have Pyroblast or Hull Breacher, one or the other, but I can manage a Hull Breacher. Okay. It's pretty bad. Let's see if that works. And Pyroblast, yeah. Okay. This has been just a nightmare of a game the way it's turned out for me, but I'm not complaining that I'm still playing. Like, I was feeling pretty good until my opponent had 6 mana on turn 2 and I'd only played a land. At that point, I'm like, uh-oh. And they thankfully didn't have the hull breacher, but they did wheel. Ooh, that's brutal. All right. I guess let's see what they do. How low they go, because there could be some world. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, anyways. All right. We can see. All right. Nope. Can't keep that one. This is very nice. Hmm. Same thing. It's powerful. I mean, I'm down to 3 cards here. They're up to 8. So how that bodes for me, I don't know. But no ancestral, please. They've kept. Okay. Brutal. Come on, man. What are the odds? Okay. See if my patience paid off. Okay. Shuffles. Okay, that's good for me. I think. Gonna play this out in case they somehow remove my oof, that I can have double decay up. But we're chipping away here. I do need some help though. Okay. Breach. I guess does value ponder? I need help here. Not the worst. I'm not sure what I hit though. I think I hit the red source, right? Oof. That's pretty bad. tinker. Let's see if they pass turn here, because if they do pass turn, it likely means tinker, and I can try and take them off their 2 artifacts. Ooh, that was a good draw for them. Okay. I mean, I can wrap those up over a number of turns. So it's likely Hull Breacher in hand. Could be. I'm definitely taking the Saga. That was a good draw for me, the Wasteland. If it's Tinker, I'm kind of screwed, but I that's the way I played it. Nope. Okay. Not bad. Nope. Missed up. Force. Okay. Okay, I mean, this is scary, but we get to draw 2. These are not great cards, but... Let's see your wares. Okay, they don't like me looking. It's Pyroblast? So I kind of screwed this up. No, I can't Hull Breach. Oh, I guess I can. So they can Vampiric in their upkeep here. And they can Tinker. No Bowmaster. Underworld Breach will allow them to remove my oof. But like Hull Breacher is pretty good here. It does open me up to Flusterstorm. I'm going to put my opponent to 1, so they cannot Vampiric. They can Mystical and Tinker. Well, I have to play Hull Breacher, right? Like, is that even a debate? No. Hopefully it doesn't punish me, guys, but this is what I've got. Opponent's going to 1. Okay. I mean, they can remove my hull breacher, maybe. They could kill my collector oof. That they could do. Yeah, they're going for fatal push on my oof. Okay. Yep. Can't stop it. Okay. I think I got this because I've got abrupt decay up. And I got another one with fluster. And I can build the storm count up enough if they have removal, I think. Okay, that was really close. We will take that one, though. Nice win. We'll see you in the semis. Okay, guys, here we are in the semis. We are on the play, and I think that's important because I believe we're playing against initiative. And we got a turn 2 frog here. It's pretty solid with Spell Pierce up for and days for a sequence of fast mana. Now, hopefully I don't have to daze here, but I certainly will if I have to. They did mulligan. So this is a pretty easy one to hit. Hopefully we don't get wastelanded either, right? Oh, Time Walk. That's a really nice one. I mean, I'm going to play Frog here and try and get ahead. Hope they play right in the days here. Okay, we're going to Time Walk. That was such a good draw. That was not such a great draw, but that's okay. I think I'm just going to play Deathrite Shaman and hold up Fatal Push here and force a will. I do like Leovold, but the problem with my setup here is I'm not actually pressuring my opponent, really. White Plume Adventurer. I think this is okay. Because I'm going to take the initiative back. I'm just going to do it right now. Get an Underground Sea. It's better, Leovold or Frog here? Black, blue. Now I've got multiple ways to get through. I mean, I'm still tentative. Like a cavern could be bad for me. Okay, Peacekeeper. I'm just going to force that. I think I just need to be really aggressive here. Okay, nice win for us. And we've got some good stuff coming in here. As I mentioned in the deck tech, if you watched it, Torak is my tech for initiative. It's basically, what people are using what's it called? The Exalted 2/1 Knight. Same casting cost, one black, one colorless, but I feel like this has a higher upside to it. Whereas if you get it a bit later, the kicker on it is pretty solid, but it may be absolutely irrelevant. I don't know. And of course, I've got Virtue's Runes, so got a couple fatal pushes coming in. And I feel like these are all good things. I don't feel like Daze is where we need it to be. I feel like Loam is just a little bit too slow on the draw. Collector Roof is a little bit clunky. Could be a world where we want Endurance. It's just a flash creature with a big butt. I'll try that. Like, I like Oof on the play far more than I do on the draw. This is risky, but I'm going to keep it and hope that I can stifle the mana with a Force of Negation. This could obviously backfire, but oh wow. Mox. Oh! Guys. I mean, I could cast a snake, but I feel like this guy is just like getting him in is like really like a surefire thing. Yeah, I'm doing it. There's Turek, guys. Wasteland, okay. Yep. He's pro-white, my friend. Okay, pretty good from us here. Oh, nice. They had a non-color Mox. Dahlia, interesting. Okay. What's my opponent got here? Swords. Not great, but it's all right. Okay, nice win for us there, guys. Off to the finals. Okay, here we are, guys, in the finals, and we did not win the die roll, unfortunately. And this is our only loss on the Swiss to Turbovolt, featuring Oswald Fiddlebender. And I don't know, I feel like we have a pretty good match here, but it's unfortunate that we did not win the die roll here. That's somewhat important in this match. But anyways, we're going to see what ends up happening here. We had a really close game set and match with them earlier, and came down to with like 2 minutes left on the clock that they were able to, well, they won more mana crypt flips than humanly possible. That's really what I remember from that match. But we played draw go for a really long time. It was quite interesting. So this particular hand, we don't have any interaction. And I don't think it's super likely that they're going to go off turn one. All right. I have my best card. I have an Ancestral. I'm on the draw. Screw it. Like I did this last time, and sure, there's ways this doesn't work. Bobble. Okay, that's I think pretty good for me. Saga. Yikes. Okay. Top. Okay. Well, this is pretty bad for me if they. Hmm. Guess what I do is I just Ancestral in their upkeep. Pray they don't have anything. I mean, this is what I got. Okay, they're pausing. They obviously have something, but I don't know what that would be for sure. Okay, so they're going in on the Saga plan here. And I do have answers to constructs. Oof. That's not bad. They only get one? What if they have a Force of Will? They can't Force of Will with the Bauble. They'd have to sacrifice the Bauble. I'm just playing Collector Roof here, guys. Yeah, they want the construct. Okay, well, no Force of Will then. These are all really good cards. God, they're all good. I get rid of a land? Like, I'm probably going to end up wastelanding, right? Yeah. It's maybe a bit greedy. So what do they get here? Oh, Portable Hole, of course. So that was a mistake. I did not think about Portable Hole there. They did not get Portable Hole. They must have it in hand? Huh. Okay. Mastermind. Okay, which one do they take? My green source. Okay. And I can Bowmaster here too. If I Bowmaster, I don't know. They got removed. They got swords? No, they don't. Okay. I mean, they got a beatdown going on me, but I got enough Bowmasters I can get in front of them. I think I'm going to get a strip mine. This is really aggressive, but I feel like I'm quite ahead on the board. And if they have removal, I mean counterspell, then so be it. They've already missed land. I'm going down to 5 here. I acknowledge this is pretty dangerous, but hopefully they don't find land. They did. Just get rid of that. Okay, I mean, we're kind of both skimping on lands here, but I'm obviously casting my spells, and I think I'm probably going to cast a second Collector Roof here. Okay, they're missed again. I just don't want to mess around by unlocking them somehow. I got greedy earlier today and I'm against True Hero, and I'm not doing it again. We're going to close this out pretty quickly here. Hopefully. Next turn it will be Bowmasters. Just going to be proactive. There's no reason not to be. One mana, folks. So my opponent just got mana screwed here. Like the Collector Roof, which is obviously my best card in this match, just closed out their mana really quickly. And all right. So we are playing against, like, they don't have creatures. Like, I feel like this setup is reasonable. Life for the Lone is obviously kind of meh, but in certain circumstances it could be powerful, but I don't really like it that much. I think I'm just going to bring in a Miser's Energy Flux. I know that people are going to watch us and go, why? It pitches to force a will, to force a negation, and there are just circumstances like where, let's say last game where I have a collector from play and I get all their stuff off the board before they're able to PO. Like, that's really powerful. It just cripples them. I'm not saying it's great, but we don't really have any good sideboard options against them. Yeah, I mean, sweet. Turn 1 collector roof. I'll take that all day long. Double force of will. Keeping it. Jesus. Huh. Do I force this? I feel like I might. This is really aggressive. I know, but sometimes I do this. I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea. Okay, my opponent's thinking about it. They obviously have interaction. Maybe this Lotus does matter. Like, you know what? I am one of the most aggressive force of will on Black Lotus people you will ever meet. And I play from my gut a lot. And yes, there are times that just you get blown out. And there are times where you actually legitimately win a game. Like I was playing against Joe Brennan in the challenge last weekend, and I hit a force and they just died. Or I hit their Lotus. They just died. Like that was what they were putting their back on. And I don't know. Like this deck obviously has a lot of turbo mana. Some opponent just forced this and pulled back on it. So I don't know what that means. The question is, do I force back if they force this? Like this really obviously matters. I don't know. It obviously matters to them, so I'm going to do it. Well, that's a burn for me. Okay, well, they're hellbent. Okay. They sack their bauble here. Just Lurrus. They did sack their bauble. Okay. Top. Yikes. Pretty scary. Not feeling good about this. I mean, look, I took a huge gamble, guys. Okay. They have no cards in hand. Guess we get black. Black, green. No, blue, black. Let's see if it works. I mean, they don't have force of will. Oh, they have removal on top? They know what is on top of their library, their top already, right? Oof, that's bad. Wasteland is what I'd love. They didn't play anything. Yeah, I'm feeling decent here, but obviously with them having 4 cards in hand, that could mean a lot of things. And that academy is really crazy. I need a Wasteland or a Strip Mine like now. Oh, okay. That's pretty bad too. Brutal. All right, well, that stymies everything. There's Oko. Can't attack. If this resolves, I feel okay. They got a Force of Will, of course. Okay, there we go. PO also just does me right in. I can't do it right now, but okay. This is either PO or they have removal. There's no reason to. Yeah, Jesus. Okay. Like, I don't know what they've drawn here. If they find removal, I'm obviously, yeah, okay, I can just concede here. But if they don't, and I find a Wasteland for that Academy, like, it's pretty. Oof, that was a good one. All right, let's see what we can do, guys. All the marbles. Oh, geez, this is nice. Don't have Collector Roof, but I've got some good tools here. Think I pay the black to protect my drop in case I get strip mined. And I unfortunately, do I hold up Spell Pierce here or Ancestral? I think I can just Ancestral, to be perfectly honest. Like, because I have Force backup. Okay, that wasn't great. I really want to collect a roof here. Sorry for the lack of commentary, guys. This is just super tight, and I'm really tired. I worked all day, and it's almost midnight here. Like, energy flux looks bad here, but it is a force, right? Like I can pitch it to my force if I need to. Okay, I probably will not be doing that if they have double mocks, and we just have to hope that they can't go off through force of will here. Maybe I should have held Spell Pierce up. Ugh. Okay, this is worrisome. Please, no Academy. Yeah, I don't even know if Spell Pierce would have done anything given the sheer amount of mana they have here. They must have a PO. It's the only thing that makes sense to play with the Mana Crypt. Demonic Tutor. Not good for me. They've got a really broken hand here. I can't force a will that. And this one might be slipping away here. Wish I held out that Pierce now. I mean, hindsight's 2020. I didn't draw well off my ancestral. I don't mind that I got a Wasteland is a nice card, but if they get an Academy here or something, then yes, I will be like, whoa, okay. I really want to resolve this energy flux here. What did they get? Time Vault. Okay, they got Key. Yep, I think it's over. Yep. They have Force of Will. They do. We lose. All right. I guess I got punished for doing that. They've got Mana Vault and Mana Crypt here, so I guess we play for a minute. But the way they win flips, it's unlikely to matter. They do have Lurrus here, right? It was a good run. Disappointing to fall in the finals here. It is what it is, though. We had a really strong hand. Maybe we just didn't play it right. This guy, I'm telling you. I just never seen anything like it. And I don't mean that from a salty stance. I'm absolutely flabbergasted at the amount this opponent has won Mana Crypt flips against me tonight. Like, it's shocking. I'm actually going to go back and I'm going to count how many times they've won against me. Okay. Okay, guys. So, things I liked about the deck. I think at its core, everything is pretty solid here. Hull Breacher tantalized a couple times as to being quite relevant. I don't think I actually ever. Well, it did actually come into play once and stop my opponent, but it was more of an attacker than. Well, it did stop them from casting an ancestral, and that was against True Hero. But other than that, it wasn't overly relevant. But it's a one of in the deck, and I liked it. I think it's pretty good in the metagame right now. The split between Flusterstorm and Spell Pierce. I don't think there's anything deterministic that I saw today that pushes me one way or the other. I mean, Flusterstorm was good in a couple spots, maybe better than Spell Pierce. Actually, I know I got an Ancestral that I would not have felt nearly as secure with Spell Pierce, but the Flusterstorm was really good there. Life from the Loam, this card, I am telling you, is just never been good for me. There's just never an opportunity that I want to do it. And I will be cutting that instantly. It's just horrendous. And so those are, I think, the changes in the main that I thought were okay. You know, Abrupt Decay, as always, is an all-star. I love Daze. Bowmaster was good a couple times. Sideboard, didn't run into Jewel or Shops. So Energy Flux was not great. And of course, it was just awkward floundering in my hand against those Oswald decks, the Triple Volt Key decks. But would have been really good there against my opponent in the finals that last game had I had an opportunity to get there. Turak seemed pretty good. I don't know that it's better than the Exalted guy. Now that I think about it, the likelihood that I have 4 mana against White Initiative and it's relevant is pretty low. So the Exalted is probably better when you're attacking. So I might make that change, but I thought I was pretty crafty there with this. And Consign never came up today because of the same thing with the Energy Fluxes. Pushes were obviously really great. We had a good game against White Initiative. And yeah, guys, that's what I got for you today. So as always, I do appreciate you hanging out, and like, comment, subscribe. I try to get back to everybody, and we'll see you next time.